So that's the actual problem. If I do that, if I set there, we kind of go. Sort of, except now it's like this is when I had to bring in the. God damn it. Oh. Okay, we're gonna do this again. Yes, that'll help me. What happened to... Oh, there it is. Why was that not working last night? Oh, that's weird. Okay. I think that'll work. I hope that'll work. Da, da, da. Where's my thing? There it is. Oh, right. Don't you be fucking weird now, computer. Okay. Hopefully, oops. There we go. God damn it. There we go. New game. DS mode utilizes dual screen display and stylus input in an easy-to-use interface. Selecting this option leaves the upper screen clean and uncluttered. Or we can use classic. Stylus controls cannot be used in combat, but enemy and ally status information appears on the lower screen. We're going to go with classic. Active. Movies on, because we might as well get that out of the port. Hope that doesn't get me in trouble later. Oh. Chrono, without the H. Ooh. It's been so long. Uh-oh. Ooh. I was recently talking about something about the game that has to do with the opening scene as well, but you're still sleeping. Forgotten how beautiful Lean's bell sounds. Indeed. Must have been so excited about the fair you couldn't sleep last night. But I don't let that giddiness get you in trouble. Yeah, the DS port had a slightly different, very slightly different localization. Stretch. I do love that one of the first things you can do is close the close the blinds. I think, can you go back to bed? No. Okay. You're going to just... Oh, what's her name? Now, that's a fun little difference of dialogue that I recall. I think in the original Super Nintendo English version, she says that Luca had just stopped by. Or, like, you just missed her. And here it's, oh, you were going to go see her, weren't you? Which makes more sense and does make me wonder if that was the original Japanese. Kitty. There was always something to do with, like, feeding the cat that I never did. And you could end up with, like, a bunch of cats. Free money! Oh. We're not gonna try to do anything weird in this playthrough. Alright. Tell it to me, old man. Today is the 1000th anniversary of our kingdom's foundation. Enjoy the festivities. I surely would if I were your age. That's never really brought up again. But it does make me wonder if, oh, that's right, you can do. What was the... Yeah, I do not remember what the... Oh, that's because you don't go all the way back. Right. Some hard times, like the war against the Fiend Lord 400 years ago, which is a slightly different translation of what they call him in the Super Nintendo. Those runners are busy racing, so they won't answer if you talk to them. True, we can try betting on them for money. Oh, hey, Melquire. Or wait, was it Melquire? Yep. Might I interest you in one of my fine blades? Oh, the... It's on the bottom. We could build up money and buy the silver sword early, which would be a hell of an upgrade. If we don't get it here, you can get one for free. No, that's fine. And of course, famously, Kefka's Laugh from FF6, supposedly. Welcome to Norstein Beckler's Tent of Horrors. The Spine-Tingling show is just about to start. Oh, am I forced into... Whoops. Nope, just came to look. Don't have any silver points, actually. There was a big war hundreds of years ago against the Fiend Lord's armies. My mom said if we'd lost, we wouldn't be having a fair like this today. That's true. You wouldn't be alive. Like... No offense. I don't really care about avoiding the accusations during the trial later. It's fun. You can do a... What did she say? Oh, my kitten ran away. Right, yeah. If we can find the kitten for her, that's actually in our favor. This guy has a drinking minigame, but I think only gets you like 5 silver or something if you succeed it. And it'll be a mark against you if you... Yeah, you can eat that guy's lunch. That'll be a mark against you as well. Actually, don't... What's really funny is I don't think there's anything to do with Gato that comes up during the trial, which is really funny because you'd think that, like, they'd be able to be like, oh, you forced the princess to fight a dangerous killer robot. That's a mark against you. Oh, right. Hold on. I want to be with her when I do the cat thing. There we go. Ouch. Oh! Oh, I didn't realize the cat left when the bell rang. Are you okay? Also, I never thought about that before. The fact that the bell rings right there. It's a cute little indicator of who she really is. My pendant. One of the things we got to make sure we do is talk to her first before we go pick up the pendant. Otherwise, we'll get... Our character will be brought into question of not being a gentleman. Oh, thank goodness, my pendant. If you can say no, and that'll be a mark against you. I don't know why you ever say no naturally, but... Same thing with if you say no to her joining you. Which is funny, because of course her going with you is what gets you in trouble at all. I do love how it looks like she's supposed to have forgotten her name, but of course she's making up a fake name on the spot. Alright, let me go see if that cat's back again, because I forgot that it ran away. Uh-oh. Okay, I think we just need to do this, this, reset the screen. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's get the cat to follow us again. It's funny how easily the cat will get stuck on geometry if you're not careful. But if we go... Bring it down here, up here. You brought back my kitty! Chrono, you're so sweet. Now that'll be used in our favor during the trial. Now we could... do I want to waste my time beating up Gato? They call me Gato, I have many joints. Beat me up, you learn 15. Oh, we used to say 15 silver points, which I actually think flows a little better, but... That's right, if you hit him while he's too close to you. What? Blang! The trick is, yeah, you want to wait for him to walk away a little bit. The real point, of course, is that you get 15 points. So, I have 600 money at the moment. Thank you for telling me how the main menu works. Yes. We need 4,000 if we want to buy the early silver sword. And our exchange rate is... Get out of my way, old man. The exchange rate is 10 silver points. Yeah, for 50 gold. So 20 silver points is 100. And we would need 400, which is 8 fights. And then 80 fights, if I'm doing my math right. So we'd have to do 88 rounds. I don't know that there's an easier way to get money either. Part of it, I believe, is you could just buy the other sword first. Yeah, because the bronze blade is better than what you're using, because you're currently using a wooden sword. And the bronze blade costs... We can afford that. But, like... Huh. In this game, you start with a wooden sword. In Tales of Symphonia, on the GameCube, you start with wooden swords. But in that game, there's titles characters can earn for doing certain things. And there's, like, some really, really specific ones. And one of those very specific ones, in fact, is not unequipping the wooden swords on the main character up until you hit a certain story fight. I mean, when you hit that fight, when you beat it, you'll get a title called, like, The Eternal Apprentice or something, and it's actually really good. Like, it has really good stat alterations. The last time I played that game, I definitely did that. And it was so funny. Immediately, as soon as I get that, and then switching out for, like, an actually good sword, and just being like, oh dear god, the damage difference. Holy shit. It's humongoid. I don't know if there's a better way to get silver points. Any chance you can talk that young slinger pendant to me? No. If you do, if you say I'll try, that's another mark against you. I want to say something like actually maybe doing Nornstein-Beckler's lab was the real... Oh, hey. I forgot you could straight up leave with her. I thought she would stop you. Oh, those sound effects. Oh! I guess the tags... They're not called tags. Yeah, they're capsules in the DS version. It does make me wonder what the translation team, what the original Japanese is, that the original translation team called them tags. Or tabs. But that was it, tabs. With a B. I guess, is that a term for a pill? If we try to go all the way up, it doesn't really matter, because she'll just be like, I don't want to go there. Text. Chrono. You need 1 more TP, and she needs 6, and he'll learn Cyclone. Definitely one of the hindsight funniest things about Chrono Trigger was that a lot of moves actually did care about spatial reality. But, like, you also had no control over spatial reality. Because the characters don't actually move, but the enemies will just sort of wander to and fro. Ooh, 85 points to get Wind Slash. Right, she still needs 3 more for, what was that, Aura? Oh, that's actually a good question. They changed some of the names. Yeah. No, but I think that was called Aura in the original. I think Kiss is Ayla's heal. Suppose I could have waited and tried using Cyclone there, but whatever. Interesting how waiting slightly and letting that one attack meant that the one at the bottom didn't attack this time. There we go. And now we have a group heal. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The multi-tech abilities in this game were both genius and it's like mind-boggling to me. Drop by if you get the chance. Do love me a good fare. I do like that. That's something you can easily miss the first time you're playing if you don't bother leaving, is people traveling to the fair over the bridge. Like, that's a lot of fun. And you can come all the way down here and see the other villages, and they'll comment on stuff. There's no real point to it, I don't think. Oh, that was a residence, not what I thought I was looking for. Snail stop. Is this it? Funny thing is, you can actually save up that kind of money and buy the spiced jerky from them, and you'll have it effectively ahead of time. For the story, but yeah, it's not really meaningful. Just one of those things.
Hello?
Oh, hey.
Thought I'd come join you.
Yeah, absolutely.
How's it going so far? I imagine you've literally just started.
Yeah, I have literally just started. So, let me, whoop, I need to turn your volume up a little. Okay, say something.
Something.
Yeah, let's turn it up a little more. Let me know, what the volume seems like on stream would be appreciated.
Okay, yeah. Let me mute Discord real quick.
Okay. And I will say random things so that my voice can be, you know, heard against the game. Interesting. That's almost as good.
It seems decent.
Alright, cool. Getting the Steel Saber here seems almost... It's nearly as good as doing the whole early Silver Saber. But for considerably less money.
I've played this game once. I played it on an SNES. And I remember almost none of the actual gameplay.
I have played this game an uncountable number of times. I used to play it basically yearly.
I do distinctly remember really enjoying the experience.
It's so good. Funny thing, so I'm playing the DS port, and aside from, like, you can see, oh look, the menus stuff is like on the bottom screen, instead of like taking over the top screen, you know, taking over the screen like it would normally on the Super Nintendo. I do have it set up so that we have the battle menus is going to appear on the top main screen like on the Super Nintendo, because I think that'll look more interesting for the audience. But one of the other interesting thing, aside from, like, they added some post-game content that didn't exist on the original Super Nintendo, which is fine. They did that with, like, all the GBA Final Fantasy releases and stuff. But the interesting thing is that they re-translated the game. So the dialogue's all slightly different. Most of the dialogue, from what I can tell, was like, it's only barely different, right? Like, they're saying the same things, but with slightly different wording.
Is it better wording? Because, like, a lot of early game translations from Japanese were a little jank.
I don't really think it's better or worse. I think you could go either way. I know that, like, of course, a lot of people who played the Super Nintendo version a lot, you know, they don't like it, but they just don't like it because it's different, right? Not because it's bad. Although I do remember my friend Matt complaining that he liked some of the item names got changed. So, like, in the original Super Nintendo version, the item that revives a KO'd ally was literally just called Revive. And here in the retranslation, it's called Athenian Water. Which definitely sounds fancier.
It sounds a lot fancier, yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of stuff like that. There's nothing that affects, like, the story or anything to that effect. You know, they didn't, because the original translation was still accurate. It was just done in 1997 or whenever it was.
My summer cart just arrived, so I'm getting that loaded up after I did a authenticity check on the chips.
Nice. Here's a fun thing that when you played originally you probably missed if you didn't decide to leave the fair and go fuck around everywhere else, you can walk up to the edge of the bridge, and it'll actually give a name. And if you press the button, you'll go on the bridge, and you can see that there's people traveling from the bottom half of the continent up to the fair, which is a really nice touch.
Oh, neat.
We go down here to Luca's house. She won't be here because she's at the fair, but we can go talk to her mom. Oh, can't we? Maybe not. Hold on. I thought you could talk to her mom right now. Maybe she's upstairs? Yeah, there she is. Luca's off at Lean Square with her father, Pt.1, unveiling her new invention. Did she say anything else? No. Oops. Oh, come on. Nope. Come on. Market. Actually, that's curious. I don't... Oh, okay, right. Because he's like, nope, visit our stall in Lean Square. Yep. So there is no actual open market here in Truce, which is the town you come from. So I was debating about doing early Silver Sword. So Melchior the swordsmith is here in town, and he has 2 swords that you can buy. He has the bronze blade, which you can afford straight out of the gate. You start the game with 400 gold, and if you talk to your mom before you leave the house, she'll give you another 200. And the bronze blade costs 350. However, he also has, and he gives you see it there, it's a 2 attack point boost. Or he sells the silver sword, which gives a 10 attack point boost, but it costs 4,000 gold.
That's a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little bit. Now, there's kind of 2 ideas about doing this, and that is, 1, whoops, come and see me if you ever had the need. By the way, any chance you could talk that young lady into selling her pendant to me? Always say no unless you're trying to get a bad reputation at the trial later. There's a whole... I was already talking about it because I've already been streaming a little bit, but there's a whole bunch of little things once you bump into Marley and she joins you. There's a bunch of little things here in the fair that you can do that will get marked against your character when you're on trial later in the game. And it's all sorts of funny things. Like there's... if I go over here to the right, this guy, he has like a beer chugging contest booth. If you do that, it'll get brought up in the trial that you are like a drunkard. This little girl here, however, she had a missing kitty. We brought it to her. If you do that with Marley in your party, because you can do it before you bump into her, it'll get brought up in the trial as like, oh no, he's a really good guy. This old man here, oh, this bag, that's the lunch his wife made him. We can eat it. And if we eat it, we get in trouble during the trial. When Melchior asks you to try to convincing her to sell her pendant, if you ever say yes, even accidentally, because he asks you every time you talk to him, you'll get in trouble for that. When you first bump into Marley, Chrono will get up, and you will have noticed that like a shiny object falls off of her. If you pick up the object before talking to her, you get in trouble for not being a gentleman, because you should have seen if she was okay first. And all of this, Yacht Club Studios went fucking crazy in that new game, Mina the Hollower. There's like 65 of these kinds of things throughout the whole fucking game that can get brought up as accusations on you at the end of that game.
That's actually fucking nuts.
Yeah, and we're talking about stuff so, like, you cannot 100% the game and do that. Like, you have to not do, like, whole important things in the game if you want to get a perfectly clean record. It's pretty nutty. Going back to the buying the silver sword thing, one of the things we can do is we can fight Gato here, a robot that Luca made. They call me Gato. I have metal joints. If you can beat me up, you'll earn 15 points. Yeah, he'll give you silver points if you beat him in a fight. Silver points being just like a random currency. Chrono needs to heal. Being a random currency that only matters in this fair. But you can trade. God damn it. He counterattacks someone he's close to if he gets attacked, but it can be hard to tell what like close enough means. There we go. That should be far enough. You can trade in amounts of 10 to 50 silver points into gold. So one of the things some people will do is they'll literally just, so that they never have to leave the fair, they'll just fight Gato, like, over and over again, because it's a guaranteed thing. And he does give you a little bit of experience, so you'll level up eventually. But we can just leave the fair. And with leaving the fair, the thing that this gets you in terms of, like, getting the Silver Blade is you can come to Guardia Forest, and there's just regular enemies here to fight. And being regular RPG enemies, they give you gold when they die. Here's an interesting, maybe you'll know this better than I do. In the original game, you could find permanent consumable items called tabs, and they would permanently increase a stat on a character that consumed them. In the DS retranslation, they're now called capsules, because of course they're supposed to be pills, right? Have you heard of pills being called tabs before?
Yeah, like tablets.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious.
Yeah, so hard pills, like hard packed pills, are very often referred to as tablets, whereas a capsule would be a capsule pill.
Right.
Be that a gel cap, like you would expect from something like a NyQuil gel cap, or a split capsule like you would expect from, for example, my Lyrica. Where it's, like, notably a powder inside of, like, a gelatin capsule.
Oh, I forgot the Gilded Velvet actually makes 2 hits. One of the really funny things about this game is that there are actually moves. I mean, I already talked about, like, Gato counterattacks when he's hit if he's standing close enough to one of your characters. There is a physicality aspect to the game in terms of, like, special moves can hit areas. But because you can only target enemies, I'll use Chrono right here as an example. You notice that it's like, I'm highlighting this enemy and it's only highlighting one, but if I highlight this one over here, it highlights both of them. And that's because Cyclone starts on top of one enemy but hits an area around them.
Holy shit, that's fucking awesome. Sorry. I just, yeah, that's F-Zero X with the DD expansion.
Oh, nice.
Oh, holy shit, that actually works. That's so cool.
Cool. But yeah, I always thought it was really funny because you have no control over where your characters are standing in battle, and enemies just sort of wander around randomly. So the fact that they went to the trouble of having a lot of the special techs in the game be, you know, having like area physicality to them is really funny. Can we go all the way over here? There's not going to be anything here. Oh, there's going to be one of the black boxes we can't open yet. A mysterious force seals it. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on.
I've always kind of appreciated that about Chrono Trigger's combat system, that it is so positioning based.
It's very tactile. It makes the fact
Yeah.
that, like, because part of it is, and this is something that nowadays I bet people don't even clock, but you'll notice there's no transition screen, right? Fights actually take place on the map you're on, which was just not how RPGs worked until Chrono Trigger. And so,
Hell, it's not how RPGs worked a lot after Chrono Trigger.
right?
Even.
But, like, you can see how that thought, like, oh, we want to have the fights actually take place on the map. Somebody in the dev team was probably like, okay, but what does that really matter? Like, it's visually kind of cool. There's no transition screen, but what does that, like, matter? And so they were like, well, what if it mattered because the placement of the enemies, which would be affected by the map, now, like, affects moves you do. Give me just a second.
Yeah.
The DS's power light went red.
Oh.
Yeah, I need to actually get the DS plugged in.
You probably need to get a new battery for it too if you've never replaced it.
Yeah, probably. That is very likely. Excuse me. I gotta crawl around on all fours and get under the desk for a second.
Fair. I can't believe I just got first place in an F-Zero race when I've literally never played this game before.
Oh, look, gotta make groaning noises as I get up. Oh. Okay, fortunately. Boom. Fortunately, the DS power cable is nicely long. I mean, it's like... Well, I think that's a 6-foot cable, actually. Maybe?
It's a decent length. 3DS, too.
Yeah, Nintendo actually has the wherewithal to have 6-foot fucking cables in their boxes. Whew, okay, there we go. I'm back. I'm not dead, I promise.
And these days, you're lucky to get a cable at all.
Right?
Let alone a brick.
I'll give them that. At least Nintendo still gives you the stuff you need to run your goddamn equipment. That's curious. It's a shame you can't... Oh, wait. Yes, I can. Can't I? Oh, no, I can't. That sucks. I say, I do love the... I mean, it's not, like, abnormal, but, you know, being able to use text in the menus. It's just a shame you can't use healing double text in the menus. I appreciate the first thing, the very first double tap you will get in this game is a group heal.
Group heals in RPGs are so necessary, and at the same time, they typically take so freaking long to actually get your hands on.
Usually, yeah, which is why it's so nice in this game that you get it just straight away. The very first tech Chrono learns Cyclone, and the very first tech Marley, your first party member learns Aura, becomes Aura Cyclone, and it's just a group heal. Let's see. Go back to Chrono's house. That's right, you can always, if you talk to her with other characters out, she'll, she'll talk about them, kind of at them about them. This is a pleasant surprise. I've never seen you bring any girls around except for Luca. Who's this pretty new friend? I'm Marley. Nice to meet you. Marley, you say? Have we met somewhere before? I could swear I recognize you. Maybe it's just my imagination. Yeah. Because of course we're not supposed to know yet, but Marley is actually the princess.
Yeah.
And that's not her real name. Which I like because it jokingly makes it look like she can't remember her own name when she first meets you. But then when you find out later that she was lying about her name, you realize, oh, she didn't forget. She was making up a name on the spot. Right? Which I think is amusing. So here's the question. Should I grind for the Silver Blade early?
I mean, do you think it's worth it?
I mean, I think it's funny. We'll get us free Silver Blade later. This means we'll have a spare that we can just sell. It'll also mean that we are going to not, like, trivialize the early game, but we're going to make it, you know, considerably easier on ourselves that Chrono will be doing pretty good damage for a while. It's definitely one of those things I kind of do it every other time I play the game. It's been so long, might as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you have anything to lose from the prospect.
Yeah. The only kind of thing is that, like, I do have, I have game night at the LGS today. So I won't be playing for, like, a super long stretch of time right now. And I don't actually know how much of that time this is going to take up. We get 48 gold from these Amanita funds. And we have a little over 1,000 right now, and we need 4,000. We are also getting some potions.
The healing items are always good to have.
They're good to have. We can also just sell these, you know, if we want to speed up the process.
Fair.
Because we have... That's one of the nice things about Chrono Trigger is and I feel like this is not as true of other games as they claim it to be. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's just me and not having enough experience with certain other games, but your team composition in this game, because of the double and triple text system, is, like, really important. And so it's like, I have played this game a lot of times where I basically didn't use a consumable item until, like, the last 10th of the game. But that's because in those playthroughs, right, I was playing safe teams that are really good at healing and defense.
I tend to go for, like, glass cannon builds, if I'm being honest.
The thing is, I do that too. Like, I just kind of bounce back and forth. With Chrono Trigger, it's like, I've played this game so many times, I know so much about it inside and out that there really isn't a way for me to play the game if I'm using full teams that I wouldn't succeed at, right? Like, I'd have to do a challenge run thing of imposing, like, hella impositions on myself to make Chrono Trigger hard.
Man, how many races are in a single cup in this game?
6?
Is it 6?
I want to say 6. I could be wrong.
Okay, oh, I'm on Big Blue now, which is the 5th one. So far, I've managed to come in first to every race, and I really don't know how I'm doing this.
Well, what difficulty are you? Like, what cup are you?
Oh, it's just the Jack Cup and the easiest to start out with, because like I said, I've literally never played F-Zero X.
That's crazy. That game is That's one of those games where you will frequently see people say, yeah, they don't make more F-Zero games because they made X and GX and that was it. The game, that's just, they're done. They're perfect.
I have played AX.
Yeah, the arcade one.
Yeah. I keep meaning when I go to the arcade I like to go to bring my GameCube memory card so I can get the tracks.
But yeah, I have more than once I've seen people be like, no, they don't need to make a new F-Zero game. They just need to keep porting up these ones because these games are literally perfect.
I have seen that argument made a number of times.
Interestingly, and I didn't know this until pretty recently, and apparently a lot of people who were even enthusiasts didn't realize it, but F-Zero X for the N64 is so hyper-specifically tuned to the N64's controller that to play it with even like any other even very modern controller, you actually lose out on some of the fidelity of the gameplay.
Huh. I mean, I'm having a pretty good time with my 8BitDo Nintendo 64 controller.
Well, yeah, but you've never played it before, so like you wouldn't be able to tell the difference, right?
That's true.
It's absolutely the sort of thing where only the like hyper fucking, you know, super enthusiasts will actually be able to tell the difference. But it was one of those things where they started realizing on like ports that like something's not quite right. We're not quite like able to control the vehicles as easily or whatever. And then some research was done and it was discovered that yeah, the game was so insanely tuned to the N64's stick specifically that like only that stick can actually provide the like micro angles necessary or something to that effect.
That is completely wild, but somehow not at all surprising.
Hey, that's kind of funny that Marley learns her second tech before Chrono learns his second, but she learns her first after he learns his first. Allure, confuse enemy. I don't know that I have literally ever used Allure.
Oh, damn, I'm blowing up.
This is definitely not the sort of game where the player using statuses is like really a thing at all. I'll say this, I have seen some dumb takes about games on the internet, but I think one of the funniest, like, I think you're completely missing the point, sir or madam, was when I saw somebody call the, I forgot what the triple tech is called, but it's between the 3 female characters in the game, and it makes you perform steal on every enemy in a group.
Yeah, that's kind of sick.
Yeah, and I think it also has, like, a raised probability to succeed. I remember seeing somebody like, this is the worst triple tech in the game, it's not useful. It was just like, buddy, I don't think you're, like, understanding the point of the tech. It's not really about being some sort of use it in every fight usefulness thing. Like,
Oh, that's like a use it to get a hard to get item from that you can only get via theft kind of thing.
yeah. And even then, I'll be totally honest with you, there's very little theft items in the game that are worth it. Not that there aren't any. There's a few extremely important ones. Excuse me. But by the time you have access to that triple tech, there's only like one fight that you would ever use it in. My thing is just like, not everything in a game is there to be pragmatic and utilitarian useful, right? Like, this is here because why not, right? Like, it's a thing that these characters can do, and it was just a fun, you know, gimmick to throw in for something for these 3 characters to do.
Yeah, sometimes it's just about fun.
Yeah. which is definitely something I feel gets lost on a lot of people these days. Because everyone's so busy arguing about... Everyone's so busy, what's that term? Optimizing the fun out of games.
Yeah.
Okay, we're almost to 2,000 money. And at 2,000, I want to go see what we can get for selling the potions we have. I'm like, I doubt we can get 2,000 money off of selling potions, but,
I mean, you might get close.
It depends on what they sell for. That is something, I'll be honest, I never really did playing Chrono Trigger, was like selling things. I'm the sort of... I'm that classic JRPG gamer of, I gotta hoard, you know, all the brooms. What if I get to the broom dungeon and I ran out of brooms? You know?
I do get that. You can't be running out of brooms.
Right? I say that, and it's really funny, because there's actually a joke weapon for Chrono in this game that is broom.
I love it when JRPGs and RPGs in general have joke weapons.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love it even more when they're actually really good. They like suck on the surface, but have some kind of a unique feature that kind of makes them actually good in like one or two really specific circumstances.
I was talking about this before you were on call, but I wonder if... So, in this game, Chrono starts with a wooden sword, which is pretty typical. In Tales of Symphonia, on the GameCube, your character also starts with wooden swords. Well, two, because he dual wields, but in that game, there's a titles system where doing certain things will gain characters specific titles, and then equipped titles can affect your stats. And the main character actually has a title associated with not taking off his wooden swords for the first, like, quarter of the game. And just now it was making me wonder about, like, I wonder if that was inspired by, you know, the fact that in Chrono Trigger you start with wooden sword.
Could be.
Oh, whoops. I should have checked whatever my money was there. After that. Oops, loop. There we go. Words. Oh, another potion. What are we at? We are at 1923. So 2 more fights. It's actually just this loop. And I'm gonna go see about selling potions. That's another thing that Chrono Trigger does that I love, is the animations for the attack actually change when you crit. Something I often point out is it blows me away how central the double and triple text system of this game was to this game. And this game is so popular and famous and, you know, legendary and, what's the word I'm looking for? People made stuff because of it. What is the word for that? Fuck. Inspirational, I guess. And yet I feel like so few other RPGs implemented some kind of double text system of any, like team-up attacks of any kind. Which always seemed just like absolutely crazy to me. Okay, yeah, selling potions isn't gonna do shit. Because they sell for 5 gold.
That is not a lot.
Nope, that is not a lot. Oof. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if I want to bother with trying to get the silver blade at this rate. This is definitely taking a while.
It definitely seems like it would take a hot minute.
Yeah. What I can do, however, is go back into that market I just left, and we're gonna buy Steel Saber for Chrono and Iron Bowgun for Marley. And we'll be done right there. He technically sells, like, some defense equipment we don't currently have, but, you know, whatever. At the moment, we're so early in the game. We literally have not really started the game proper. Oops. So, let's go start the game proper. If we go back to the fair, and it's very funny to me, the trigger is to just talk to this person sitting on the fountain after Marley's in your party. And they say, I hear Luca and her father put together another crazy invention. Just hope it doesn't blow up again like the last one. They ought to be ready by now. They were setting up at the far end of the square. And now we have access to going to go see it. Here's another one of those things I was talking about it'll get used against you in the trial. As soon as we try to go up there, boom, Marley goes, just a minute, I want to get some candy, and forces your character over here. You can try to walk away from this. And if you do, Marley will be like, oh, I'm almost done. If you do that, it gets used against you in the trial. But yeah, if you don't try to walk away and let her just do it, then she says thanks for waiting and it won't get used against you. It's very funny.
There's so many tiny little hidden detail.
Yeah, it's really fantastic. Step right on up, any with the time and courage. Our first ever hyperdimensional transporter is the invention of the century. Simply hop up here, and you'll be teleported here. This fantastic machine is the masterwork of my beautiful and brilliant daughter, Luca. Oh, there we go. We can come in and talk to people. Luca invented this thing. Wonder what'll go wrong this time. What does teleport mean? I like that somebody goes, what does teleport mean? This contraption is supposed to transport objects in the blink of an eye. Hey, Taban. Give it a try, kid. Oh, it's you, Chrono. Go up to Luca. Chrono! I was wondering when you'd show up. No one wants to try my telepod. Would you be so kind? Oh, this will be fun. I'll watch while you try it out. Just hop into the left pod. What's funny is it does work perfectly. As we see.
Yeah, teleportation, just as a concept, is very scary.
But it does work. You get turned into particles and you reappear over there, and you're fine. The problem
Are you though?
The problem is that the next person they put in the teleporter is Marley.
It's like, are we sure that's still Chrono though? Like, is it the same Chrono that went in?
Oh, enough with
Does
that.
the consciousness persist?
Nope. We're not doing that. Nope. Yeah, we'll go talk to Marley here. Oh, looks like fun. I want to try it too. Huh? Chrono, when did you manage to pick up a cutie like her? That's a funny one. In the original Super Nintendo cartridge, Luca actually calls her a hottie, not a cutie. I won't be able to tell every kind of dialogue difference, by the way. The opening of the game, obviously, I've played so many times, though. And here's where it goes wrong because of that pendant she's wearing. Although the fact that her pendant turned their teleporter into a time machine is a little, like, what? Also, it's a good thing that she apparently... We can't tell because it's 16-bit pixels, but she apparently takes the pendant off when it starts acting weird to, like, look at it. Because she somehow manages to drop it when she gets teleported, and it doesn't go with her, which is the only reason we're able to follow her. If she had just not taken the pendant off, it would be impossible for us to go after her. Luca, she's not reappearing. Well, all right, as you can see, the girl has vanished before your very eyes. Show's over, folks. Move along. That's not what we promised, but leave now, please. I like this part. So now they're just thinking about it. You have control over Chrono, but the game doesn't prompt you to do the next thing, right? But what would the hero do? He'd go pick up the pendant. They even start playing the, like, heroic music there.
Yeah, the heroic thing to do is definitely to go and do that. Okay, I've grabbed Smash Remix, now I want Shotgun Mario. Have you seen Shotgun Mario 64?
Yes. Yes. But you should
It's
know I'm
so
not
stupid.
It is, yeah. But you should know I'm not much of a fan of the person.
I don't know. I think it's fun to
like
see what you can get out of older games, like older engines.
Something like that specifically is a little more unique and interesting. In the part of the charm of that is how absurd it is that it's being done in Mario, right? That it is Mario doing it. Whereas there probably is just an indie game that's a physics-based whatever where you travel by shotgun, you know? And that just exists, but nobody gives a fuck. Because it's just some random thing that exists, and there's a bajillion kinds of random indie games that do silly bullshit. Hello, Blue Imps. This was something.
Cora streamed recently. It was a like Ace Attorney game, but built in the Zelda Ocarina of Time engine. That takes place like before, I guess, Ocarina of Time, but also like it just completely alternative to it. And it's all Ocarina of Time characters. It was pretty fun.
I said, sometimes I don't use much healing, but this time I do, because I was not paying any attention to how much health Chrono had before I decided to progress the game. Oops. The bit of grinding we did do and picking up the sword, however, means that I'm taking out these blue imps in one hit rather than two, which is nice. Definitely going to make passing through this area a little safer. Power Glove. So bad. I also don't remember what it does. Oh, it's just strength plus 2. So if I take off the headband...
I would love to have a Power Glove.
The headband gives us speed plus 1, so dropping 1 speed for 2 strength is fine. I like that you can just not fuck with the 2 blue imps playing ball with the little creature. You can just leave. And of course the crazy moment of coming out of Truscan and being like, wait a minute, isn't this where I live? But the fair's not there? And there's no boat? But, like, this is, in fact, where our house would be, is just straight up, like a little cut in of land. Residence, market. You didn't come all this way just to look, did you? Surely there's something you'd like to buy. Well, it depends on what you sell, I guess. Let's see here. Maybe picking up the bronze helm's not a bad idea. No, I'll do it. Because I could definitely... use a little bit more defense. Excuse me. Haha, so you've a mind to buy some weapons and join the fight against the Fiend Lord's army, have you? Wonderful! And if you'd been paying attention, if you'd talked to NPCs and been paying attention earlier in the game, when you were at the fair was in celebration of the kingdom's 1000th anniversary since defeating the Fiend Lord. So now you got people being like, oh, you're taking up arms against the Fiend Lord with us. That's great. And it's like, wait a minute. Okay, so was it... Oop. Yeah, hit all three of them with Cyclone. Get fucked. I think I want to go this way. Yeah, this guy. The enemy dropped a shelter. Later in the game, not right now, but later in the game, I will farm that little dude falling out of the bush and giving me a shelter until I have, like, 50. Shelters are your classic, Oh, I wasn't selecting the right guy there. That sucks. Shelters are your classic fully heal, but only at save points. But they are crazy useful.
Much like the, like Final Fantasy tents and whatnot.
Yeah. Hall 2 goes there. Not seen your face before in those outlandish clothes. Wouldn't be one of the Fiend Lord's agents, would we? Ha! Fat chance. Look at him. That boy's not built to lift a sword. Even though that we totally do. Suppose you're right. Now run along, boy, before we're forced to lock you up in the towers. Stop that at once. Queen Lean. Lien. I'm still not entirely sure how it's pronounced. That man is my friend, and he will treat him as such. Your Majesty, there's something strange about his hair. I think in the Super Nintendo version, they actually do comment on his, like, weird hair. Because, of course, he has fucking Dragon Ball hair. Because Akira Toriyama did the art.
Mm-hmm. You can always tell when Akira Toriyama has done art for something.
Yeah, he has a very specific style. The day that his passing was announced, I actually booted this game up, booted up my save data, beat the final boss in the New Game Plus method, so you could go see the like funny secret ending, because the funny secret ending includes a room where you get to talk to Akira Toriyama, the main like writer and the main director.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. His dialogue when you talk to him is like, he actually says his children's name is like, isn't it cool? Daddy's in video games. It was just like, this hurts a little now. Can't lie. But yeah, it was cool, buddy. I agree. soldiers. Hello, soldiers. Where is our food and drink? Oh, Commander, beg pardons, it's not quite ready. Forgot about this. Enough of your self-righteous ranting. You knights aren't the only ones putting your lives on the line for this kingdom. I think I've lost my appetite. I've no stomach for meat braised in cowardice. That's good. I don't know how the chef was acting cowardly, but it was a funny line. It's all kind of set up for when you find out that that knight commander is actually the brother of the master of the kitchen. So they're kind of, being huffy at one another. But the kitchen master will come through in the end with the food for his troops. Chancellor doesn't like us because it's not really the Chancellor. Oh, spoilers. Her Majesty awaits you. Yes. Let's grab that ether before anything else happens. Please leave us. I need to have words with this man in private. That's not weird or anything. Admittedly, I guess I don't really know what would have been considered weird or not back then, but... But it's Marley! It's... In a weird way, it's kind of a good thing that she ended up being apparently the spitting image of her ancestor. Because again, if this exact event hadn't happened and they found her, thought she was the queen, and put her up here, we never would have found her when we came back in time.
It's a lot of really specific things that have to happen in a really specific order for anything in this game to take place.
Yeah, I mean, partly that is, of course, the theme of the game, right? Is time, but time in the sense of how, an action back then, butterfly effect and whatnot, an action back then affects the future, etc. Right now, actually.
I fully know there's so much of this game that I missed just because I didn't try every possible permutation of action versus outcome. And I love it when a game has that because it adds so much replayability to it.
I feel like I'm being torn apart. And she disappears. So this is meant to represent that, and we'll actually get an explanation from Luca in a moment. If the current timeline of events right now continues, she will not be born. And so she has disappeared from the timeline at the moment because, unless we can change the series of events. Also, why did they let Luca in the castle when they gave us a bunch of shit? There's a lot of little things. The thing is, it's an old game, right? They weren't even thinking about answers to a lot of this stuff. We got 16 bits and only so many megabytes of space on this cartridge. We got to tell the story and not worry about, tiny details. The way she looks around, gotta make sure nobody hears this. After all, that girl was our Princess Nadia. And Chrono's like, my god! I always found the fact that they use this eating animation here, and then the child comes out. Like, I get they've only got so many sprites to work with, but I always thought that was really, really funny.
Well, yeah, don't you know that's how babies are made?
Gotta eat enough food.
Yeah, you eat a bunch and then a baby pops out.
But, yep, if they kill the real queen, that ancestry line doesn't exist, and so then Marley won't be able to be here to do the thing. This is one of those games where time, like, the way time travel kind of works is that it's changes to the timeline are not instantaneous. You actually, like, the strain on time happens before the events actually occur. Which is good, because, of course, that means you get a chance to do something about it. It's one of those things where the like, nerd inclination to want to scrutinize the mechanics of time travel is like, that's just gonna ruin your experience with the game, actually. You gotta not think about it so hard.
I feel like you kind of have to do that with 90% of time travel stories.
In a sense, yeah, because part of it is like, you know, time travel isn't real, and like, we have no way of knowing how time travel would actually affect things, other than that things should effectively change immediately if you were to change something in the past, because it no longer happened, and nobody would know it happened because we experience one set of linear time. But yeah, there's so much like if, ands, or buts that like, and the point of time travel stories is, of course, not to actually scrutinize the concept of time travel. It's about cause and effect. It's about what you know, planting a tree 10 years ago was the best time, and the second best time is to plant it now, right? Mm-hmm. Like, that's what those stories are really about. Or they're an opportunity to, you know, take modern characters and put them in illogically old settings to tell stories with, etc.
I love taking a character and putting them into a situation.
Right? Gotta put those motherfuckers in a situation. Say a prayer for yourselves. Tee. I think it's really... That's really funny that then just... Oh wait, after we've talked to her, all of a sudden a shiny thing appears on the floor. Wasn't very smart of the Lamias to just leave the coral hairpin on the floor there. Oh, Kronkles! I forgot to do a little fighting so that she would learn Flamethrower. Whoops!
Kronkles?
Kronkles, yes. Yes, I said Kronkles. Sometimes I say Donkles. They are... The Fiend classification of enemy in the game are fairly resilient to physical attacks, and fairly weak to magical attacks. And the earliest magical attack you get in the game is Luca's Flamethrower. I do love that the starting accessory Luca comes with is literally a scouter for seeing enemy health. Nagamore. There we go. Flamethrower and Fire Whirl dual attack. Oh shit. But then, Frog! Lower your guard and you allow the enemy in. Now this is probably
the best character.
Yeah, he's great. Although,
I love Frog.
so here's the thing though. Famously, in the Super Nintendo version, he does that whole like thou and thee and thine kind of speaking, Middle English-ish.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't talk like that in the original Japanese. He talked formally, like he's very polite, but he didn't have this like old-timey sound to his words. So in this retranslation, he doesn't talk like that. He just talks very politely. So if that was one of the things you really liked about Frog, well, it's gone.
I don't know. I don't think... It felt a little out of place, honestly.
And it was. That's the thing. He was never meant to talk like that, and nobody else talks like that. Right?
Yeah.
So this actually is more, like... it's literally more accurate to the Japanese. But B, it's also more fitting to the setting. But it's one of those things where, you know, for Westerners, our first experience with the game was with Frog doing all the these and thous and thines, and people really liked that about the character. A lot of people really liked that about the character. And so
I wouldn't say that I disliked it, but it got a little tedious after a while.
I have to get over my aversions to slimy or moist-skinned creatures. What's your name? Frog. No, not actually his real name, but... You gotta love how much you get. 2 of your first 4 characters are giving you effectively fake names. And then they kind of go on to feel that, like, no, that is their true identity. Although that depends on... For Frog, that specifically depends on whether or not you, I'm actually gonna go grab a few shelters right now. What was I starting to say? With Frog, it super depends on whether or not you fight Magus or don't fight Magus, after the fall of the Black Palace. Oh, hey, Matt.
Hi, Matt.
I have somebody on couch with me. Oh, let me know, Matt, if Vivi's coming through, like, well enough. But yeah, when you... After the... I say the fall of the Black Palace, that's not quite right, but after it falls in the ocean and is seemingly gone, there's... Magus shows up again and is like... And of course, Frog, because they have beef, starts to challenge him, and Magus is like, yeah, okay, if you want to go, we'll go. But you can, you, the player, can then make the choice to not do it. And you get an you change Frog in the game's ending if you do that, depending on what you choose. If you choose to fight Magus, and then obviously you have to win the fight to proceed, but if you do that, during the game's ending, Frog will have returned back to his human self, because he's only a frog because Magus cursed him into the form of a frog.
The bastard.
Frog learned Slurp Slash, learned X-Strike Dual Tech. There we go. That's a good one. That's a famous one, too. We're gonna abuse the shit out of X-Strike against the first boss. Interesting.
I have just been recommended a game by Cora
Oh.
Yeah, Wonder Project J2.
That sounds familiar, actually.
Apparently, it's a Nintendo 64 kind of life sim that never left Japan, but has a really good fan translation.
Interesting. That's probably why I've heard of it. Oh, that's a fight.
Throwing that on Summer Cart 2. And it may or may not get added to the list of Nintendo 64 games that are on the wheel.
The wheel.
All will praise the wheel. The wheel decides our fate.
I'm sorry, it makes me think of fuck. Legacy of Kain Defiance. The wheel was this, like, the wheel of life, effectively, but like the wheel of life, death, and rebirth. And the villain of the game, of the whole series, is an older god who claims he has a great fucking... I'm sure that man is long since passed, but they had this old man who did the voice for the old god, and he has this phenomenal... I am the giver of life, the devourer of death. I am the hub of the wheel. It's a really good line.
That is a really good line, Dan. I need to play a Legacy of Kain games. They've been on the list for a hot minute.
I've only ever played Defiance, but which is the last one, ironically. But it's always made me want to play the other ones because it's really good.
I have the first one. And I think I started playing it when I was like a teenager and then got busy and never went back to it.
Are we not indivisible? So long as one of us stands, we are Legion. His sacrifice gave me the first taste of that terrible illusion. Hope. Why, thank you. You would not fear us if we could not truly do you harm. That game was the game that made me appreciate voice acting, if you can't tell. Defiance on the Xbox, which is what I have it for, comes with I think you have to beat the game once, but it comes with a bunch of, like, in the studio, you know, watching the voice actors ply their trade kind of thing behind the scenes.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and watching that made me just, like, fall in love with the idea of voice acting.
I love when you get a little behind the scenes as a special bonus in a game for completion or...
Yeah, it's a really good...
Or whatever else.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's a really good reward to give a player. Oh, I guess I could have... Whatever. I don't have to pay the 10G here. I could have gone and rested for free in the castle, but whatever. It's 10G. Who gives a shit? Now, Luca actually has an alternate sprite without her hat for when she's sleeping. Which is nice.
You gotta love that attention to detail.
Yeah, in Seiken Densetsu 3, which is now known as Trials of Mana, the characters actually had just full-on different sprites where they were wearing pajamas for when they were in beds. And the thing is, the player would basically not be able to see those sprites because they were, of course, under the bed sheets, like, sprite layer.
That is very funny.
Yeah. So it was one of those sorts of things where the only reason I noticed it was because I originally played that game, like a lot of people, on emulator, and would fuck around with the sprite layering to see stuff.
The Mana series is another series I've always meant to go through and just never have.
Oh, it's so good. I was saying before that, like, replaying Legends was one of the things in consideration for what I was going to do for coming back to streaming instead of Chrono Trigger. And yeah, it's such... I mean, Legends, like, you know, there's a lot of games in the franchise, so, you know, they're going to be different from one another. Legends is one of the, like, super peak ones, in my opinion. But, oh no, Jason has unpopular opinions and thinks things like Dawn of Mana is not a bad game, so...
I don't have an opinion, because I haven't played it.
Well, yeah, I know. It's just one of those things where it's like, you want to scare a YouTuber? Have me give my opinions about shit.
I'm sure there are games that I think are good that are universally considered to be bad.
Yeah, my problem isn't that, or like people disagreeing with one another. It's just how weird the fucking internet acts about disagreeing with one another, and specifically liking unpopular games, not the like, yeah, because negativity is just like the default state on the internet.
Yeah.
Liking something that isn't popular is like one of the biggest sky is falling faux pas, like, according to YouTube and Reddit. Like, people just lose their fucking shit over that.
And one of my favorite fighting games that has only really very recently people turned around on is fucking Evil Zone.
You were the one giving it so much shit when I brought it up.
Oh, it's bad, but I love it.
That's the thing, it's not bad. I don't know if we have to keep having this conversation. It's not bad.
Things can be bad and good at the same time.
Yes, I do agree with that sentiment, but also that game's just not bad. Maiden suit, potion, ether. Whoops. Smacking the...
You know what is another fighting game that's really underappreciated, and I really think it deserves more love?
What's that?
Zatch Bell Mamoto Battles.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's one of those... That's a good one. Oh, is this
I
the
love
skill
that
saver
game.
that either of them can use?
We were talking about, like, little secrets and stuff hidden in manuals yesterday, and that game, in the GameCube version at least, has unlock codes in the back of the manual.
Nice.
For 3 of the locked characters.
Nice.
And you can only unlock them via code.
Yeah. That was something
had,
I
like...
realized about, like, a bunch of characters in Clay Fighter 63 and Third Sculptor's Cut. Like, 6 of the game's characters are all hidden behind codes. And that's the only way to play as, like, Earthworm Jim and Sumo Santa. And a couple, you know, obviously a few others. Which,
you know, I've never played a Clay Fighter.
They're weird. They're cool. They're weird. I'd be really interested in seeing, like, a competitive group, like, basically try to figure those games out, right? Because I think it would be really interesting to see what is, like, really going on under the hood. But when you try to play them yourself, it feels like nothing. It feels just like, okay, they've got attacks, they got special moves, and the whole thing is, you know, just sort of a parody of Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat.
My unpopular opinion is that I have never liked a Street Fighter.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've met people who are like, yeah, you know, I've met people who don't like any Mortal Kombat, like, literally at all.
Or Tekken, for that matter. I've never played a Tekken or a Street Fighter that I've liked.
I love this. I think you have to get that guy to go into this room. And it's just like, well, wait a minute, where'd he go? But it's because he's actually over here. Love this. They actually play this sad music in the Shrine to Magus. Good stuff. I shouldn't start this fight yet, though. I should, Oh, good. Slurp. Slurp is frogs healing. A lot of characters in this game have healing, which is good. And some characters you would not expect it from, like the robot.
Who has a weirdly good heal, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, his heal beam is just kind of good, but then he also double techs with Marley's aura to have a group heal that doesn't require Chrono, which is good because Chrono is just always your DPS guy. Let's see here. So let's go Power Glove. No, okay. Let's see. She doesn't. I don't need to be able to see the health of enemies. Let's see. Guardian Bangle, stamina +2, which is a defense increaser. She does have the least health, but I feel like giving her the speed belt is actually probably better. Because I want to get to her. Ah, there it is. When you try to leave, then they all...
They enter Angie mode.
Yup. Okay, we want Fire Whirl, because that'll hit... There we go. We'll put a timing on that part, but the Fire Whirl will hit all three of these dudes. Take them out. Slurp Slash? I actually have no idea how much damage this will do. 32, yeah, that wasn't very good. Because it's not technically magic. Just being a tech doesn't make something magical.
No, I mean, tech is technique.
Yeah.
So.
No, I know, it's just some games, you know, different games, right? Some games, it's like a special ability always has some sort of kind of like, effective property, as opposed to just like normal attack. But that is not the case here. In fact, if we go into the menu, I wonder if they still keep this. Yes. If we look at the description for Flamethrower, it has a little flame symbol. It's on the bottom screen, so it's really small there, but it has a little flame symbol at the end of the description to tell you that, hey, this actually does magic damage. That's good. Oh, you came to rescue me? How kind of you. I assure you, there's no need. Are they going to attack me as well? Yup, here we go. It's kind of funny. There's this whole thing in this area that implies that the characters are, or that the fiends have been, like, pretending to be humans to get some of their shit done, but there's, like, nowhere in the game where that ever actually happens, except in here, which is their hidden base where they don't need to be disguised.
Maybe they just like being disguised.
Just really big into cosplay.
Yeah.
Oh,
they're like reverse furries.
I do love how many fights in this game you can avoid. Okay, don't accidentally save over my super data. My Dream's End data, where everyone's level 60-something and have, like... Look at those numbers. Look at all those 9s.
Woo!
That's a lot of 9s.
Cookie.
Gotta remember not to accidentally save over that.
The speedrun for this game is really cool.
Let me remember to check the time. All right, 121. Not in any danger. Can I avoid that guy? Can I avoid? Yes. Now we hit.
Gotta love a good stair slide.
Haha! No entry within. It's like, wait a minute, there's no door. But that's because we need to hit those two switches that we just hit. Come back out here. I love how many of the fights in here you can avoid. Now we can get in this door. All the spikes are down. We have to do this fight, but then we can play on the organ there the same way we did to get into the base at all, and that'll open up the path to the boss fight. Come, move. Yes! I was say, move slightly closer to each other, please. Thank you. Diablo.
That fire world is undeniably powerful.
Yeah, it's a really good move here. And you're going to see the other really good move we have here once I get to the boss. Fire Whirl's great for groups. X-Strike is great for single opponents. But we haven't fought a single opponent yet that we needed it for, but we're about to hit the boss.
Oh, you got an iron sword.
It's funny, there's like exactly one weapon somewhere in the game that has the same name, whether it's for Chrono or for Frog. Because Chrono uses katanas and Frog uses straight swords. But there's one weapon in the game where there's a katana version and a straight sword version, and they have the same name.
Fun.
Yeah, it's silly.
It's not confusing at all.
I think it's just they might be fixed here in the DS version, admittedly. All right, let's use that shelter. And save. Ooh. Gotta remember that it actually remembers the spot to start on. Okay, well, let's see if I can skip all the fights on the way back.
Good luck.
Damn, I'm good. Oh, well, then there's this room, although I don't remember... Ah! Oh, I should have just gone. You could tell that they're boxing me in. Damn it. Also, it occurs to me that was completely pointless. There's a save point up here past them.
You played yourself.
I did. I do that a lot in video games, to be fair.
I do too.
There we go. Okay. We scarcely used any, might as well just fight these guys. Let's get it out of here. I'll just use another shelter. I've got 8 of them.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the resources, might as well.
Yeah, and you can... the little critter that drops it in the forest is there the whole game. And you can do that infinitely, so...
It's not like it's limited.
Yeah. That's probably, like, the kind of exploit I know about the game that's not, like, a glitch or something.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Yakra the 12th? He's the 12th, and then you fight another Yakra later in the modern era that's like Yakra the 13th, which was really good. Flee, your majesty. We should dispatch this fiend. And we shall. There's no use in fighting. None of you will leave this place alive. Intolerable frog. Let us see you hop your way out of this.
Wow, I can't believe he's using microaggressions against the frog.
Yakra. The Chancellor transformed into Yakra, and first time for the boss music.
What the fuck is even that?
It's a Yakra, clearly.
That's shit, I guess.
Cross slash. Too close to counterattack. Love to see it. I think he might even... Okay, yeah, we didn't want to attack him then. That was a little dumb. We actually want him to get too close to us. The total opposite of fighting the Gato robot earlier. Don't want to attack him. The spin needle does a lot of damage. I don't remember if he just has a lot of health. That might be the case, or that there's a point where he like. Oops, I shouldn't have done that. He was prepping. Okay, he didn't do it. Oh no, he does that anyway. Okay, weird. Maybe you just can't stop that. Be too close, please. Thank you. Oh, got him. Yeah, that's why we like X-Strike. He just has a lot more defense. This is why the X-Strike was like 170 damage, whereas the Flame Whirl was doing 250 something against the minor enemies. But it would not have done that much against him. There was one time where I was definitely, not like speedrunning exactly, but I was kind of playing the game as fast as I could. And I definitely tried doing this fight at a lower level without X-Strike, and that was and not as many potions.
And now you get double chest reward.
Well, one of the chests is actually the real Chancellor, who Yakra did not kill for some reason. But yeah, the other one gets us a mid-ether, which is good. It is nice that the game just fades us to the castle from there. We don't have to walk back.
Gotta love quality of life like that.
That vile beast. Now here's the fun. See, remember I was talking about the trial? That all that stuff you do during the fair can affect?
Mm-hmm.
Yakra, that vile beast, impersonating me and kidnapping the queen. We must institute a stricter criminal justice system in this kingdom to ensure such fiends never threaten the royal family's safety again. Yeah. And it's the modern chancellor who is the one that like puts you on trial for endangering the princess. So like
for such crimes as being kind of a dick.
Yeah. Well, I mean, realistically, they're going, she went with you, then disappeared. Like, that's the problem.
I mean, they're not wrong. That did happen.
Yeah. And we know that, like, the details, they don't. But the modern chancellor, the point is that he's, like, really uptight. And this line here is is kind of that explanation for why, right? Like, we did something good, but we also created this other effect where, now the current chancellor is insisting on this stricter criminal justice system that the kingdom wouldn't have had if we hadn't come back in time specifically to do this. Because in the original timeline, Frog found Queen Leon and just saved her, and that was that. And there's an implication in there that he didn't find the impersonated chancellor. But we, opening both the chests, we did find him. And Frog bows again and leaves because he failed. And his honor will not let him be with people, I guess. What became of the girl? If you talk to her and she's like, oh, by the way, what became of the girl who was mistaken for me? And Luke is like, oh shit, right, the princess! We kind of forgot. But, yep, if we go back to where she originally disappeared, up in the Queen's room, boom! And this is when she realizes, oh wait, they know I'm the princess. King Guardia the 33rd. You wouldn't have shown me around the fair. Yeah, I would have. I don't know if that response has anything that happens at the trial. I don't think so. Because there's no way for them to know that. You would have said that, but... And now we've got this team. Which is kind of funny, because Marley and Frog... they don't technically have the same element. Marley's ice and Frog is water, but... they have a lot of overlap. So much so that Chrono Luca Marley and Chrono Luca Frog have the same name with slightly different animation, Triple Tech. Indeed, your resemblance to the Queen is uncanny. Chrono, you've the makings of a great swordsman. And he hops away. I do love that his run animation is hopping. And Luke is just like, I don't know. I'd hit it. Alright, let's actually go ahead and get the free heal here in the castle. And actually, you're going to get to see the trial here very soon, because we basically get hit with that as soon as we return to the present. Chrono gets basically immediately arrested for kidnapping the princess.
Naturally.
Yeah. That is one of the nice things about this game in, the long run is it kind of... You go to the fair, and it starts off, it feels a little slow, but really the fair section, obviously I spent, a fucking half an hour grinding for no particular reason. But, what was I trying to say there? The game gets things going pretty much immediately. Also, I never noticed that before. They're green imps now rather than blue.
Oh, yeah.
Huh. That's fun. The Fiendillo. Love that instead of Armadillo. Okay, so it seems like that counterattacks everything. Wow. I don't remember this guy getting this many actions when I played the game before. But I might have just gotten lucky with crits or something. Yeah, this game... I don't want to say like it necessarily hits the ground running, but it gets going soon and it just goes, right? Like, there's none of that like, oh, I don't know what to do next. I guess I just go home and sleep, and then the story picks up the next day.
Mm-hmm.
Like, nope, you pretty much, as soon as you set foot anywhere, story happens. And thankfully, we've got a fucking genius on our team who's just like, oh yeah, by the way, I made a fucking wand that lets me control time portals.
Yeah, just, real casual.
I'd trade my name for your genius in a heartbeat. Well, if you say so. Anyway, I'll call these distortions gates. Basically portals to the same location at a different time. The gates are unstable, that's why they appear and disappear all the time, so I use the principle behind my telepod device to create this gate key. It's what's locking the gate in place. And Marley asks kind of the million-dollar question, why did the gate appear in the first place? And Luca, in both versions, the original translation and this translation, she says either the telepod had something to do with it, and she kind of just muses that something else made it. It won't happen for a while, so I don't mind talking about it just yet, but there's a scene later in the game where the characters are all huddled around a fire, like camping for the night, and they bring up again the idea of why did this happen? Like, they kind of posit that, like, this is too like how any of this even started, and that we ended up learning about the Lavos and the end of the world, and also it doesn't feel random, basically. And one of the characters in a slightly later part of the scene will posit that he thinks that there really is some sort of higher power that's been kind of moving the chess pieces of these events around. Now, there's never an answer given for that in the game. I personally always liked to interpret it as Lavos itself actually, like, helping us to defeat it. Because it's essentially just a giant godlike parasite. And it really doesn't have any control over what it does. It may be that it was something... Yeah, it may be something that they... Because later, you gotta remember, this game had a sequel. 2 sequels, technically. Very few people actually have played or understand Radical Dreamers. Most people know Chrono Cross, which is the sequel. Unfortunately, I'm one of those people who thinks Chrono Cross is a very good game and a very bad sequel. I don't think Chrono Cross was a good sequel to Chrono Trigger, even though on its own, it's a really good game. And I do feel like it's worth noting that the director, during some convention many, many years ago, actually, when being asked questions about the Chrono franchise, he basically admitted at one point that the vision they had for the series did not come to fruition. That the Chrono Cross kind of was not really, and Radical Dreamers for that matter, they kind of fucked up. And these things weren't the sequels to Chrono Trigger that they wanted them to be.
So I have not played Chrono Cross or Radical Dreamers.
The Radical Dreamers is literally like a storybook video game for the Super Nintendo.
Oh, okay.
And as far as I can tell, it's mostly a storybook version of some of the events of Chrono Cross.
Huh.
Yeah, it's really weird. And
Like, I own Chrono Cross. I don't own a copy of Chrono Trigger, but somehow I own a copy of Chrono Cross, and I've just never played it.
My problem with Chrono Cross is if it had been a sequel in the way Final Fantasy does sequels, where it had been a thematic sequel, that would be perfectly fine. Because where Chrono Trigger is about, like, the epoch of time and how everything is interconnected, you know, how we all actually do affect the history of the world and the people in it, even in big and small ways. Chrono Cross is about, essentially how everything could be so different because of exactly one thing. And you find that one thing very, very quickly, and that is, in Chrono Cross, you step into another timeline where the main character, your player character, died as a child. And it turns, and so it turns into more of a story about how any one decision, creates diverging possible futures, right? And that's a fun way to do the sequel, right? Because that's another way to use time travel. And it's not even really time travel in Chrono Cross. Like I said, it's more of you're bouncing back and forth between two timelines. But it's still, that's within the scope of the themes, right? The problem is, Chrono Cross isn't just an idealistic sequel. It's a literal narrative sequel. And by that I mean, you literally go to... Oh god, just saying it irritates me. There's a section of the world you will eventually go to in Chrono Cross called the Dead Sea. And the center of the Dead Sea contains dead timelines. And you want to know what you find there? Chrono Trigger. Chrono Cross literally says Chrono Trigger never happened. This whole timeline didn't happen because of shit in Chrono Cross, even though shit in Chrono Cross can't exist without Chrono Trigger. But you literally will go to the Dead Sea in Chrono Cross, find things like the telepods that you're looking at on screen right now, other like parts of locations from across, and you will literally come across the I don't know, inter-timeline force ghosts of Chrono, Luca, and Marley. And they blame you. Like, they literally, aggressively, this is your fault. We went to all this trouble. We sacrificed so much to save the world, and you undid all of that. And it was just, I just remember sitting there being like, that is the most offensive kind of sequel you could have possibly have made. Why would you do that?
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up, actually.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, I kind of get what they were going for, but wow, what the hell? And then the other character stuff they do that, in the long run doesn't even make sense. I was talking about how Frog, that's not his real name, and that's not his real body. He was cursed by Magus. His real name is Glenn, and he's a human. You can find him in Chrono Cross and recruit him. Him and the main character even relearn X-Strike in Chrono Cross. Which makes no sense. But you also find out that Luca, we will get a character, you've probably seen the character before, Robo, the robot character.
Yeah.
There's something in Chrono Cross where you learn that she disassembled him and turned him into a lock on a, holy heaven city. Which is what? That is so not these characters? What are you talking about? Also, I thought the Chrono Trigger timeline didn't happen. Yeah. You really have to, if you played Chrono Trigger and then play Chrono Cross, you really have to just accept that, like, it's not a good sequel. Like, as a sequel, it's kind of insulting and infuriating. As its own standalone story, however, it's still really good. So I still recommend it. Even if even if the connections to Chrono Trigger will irritate you.
God, you know, I really want a sequel, or at this point, I'd even take a full-on remake. The fucking Legend of Dragoon.
I'm not
I
surprised
love
to hear
that game. I love that game so much.
Oh, I need to beat that game someday. I started Depression playing it when I was between jobs the other year. Oh my god, it's been that long. But I only got past, like, the first, not even the first disc change, but, like, the first major kind of chapter of the game.
I beat it for the first time last year. I didn't full clear. I did not fight the optional super boss.
I've heard he's a motherfucker, but I've also followed a person who used to do. He just does, like, RPG challenge runs now, but he had a whole series of videos like in depth explaining Legend of Dragoon and all the characters. So
I have heard that Melbu Frama is an entire motherfucker.
Yeah. The thing is, if you learn the game well enough, like, the whole game, even the super boss, are, like, piss easy.
My biggest problem with Legend of Dragoon is that the Dragoon transformations are so fucking cool, don't use them.
They have their use cases, I will say. But,
they do, but very few.
Well, again, that's one of those things where I would be willing to bet, if you were to watch, like, go learn some really in-depth stuff about how to be good, how to, like, min-max that game, you'll discover that actually they're way better than you think they are, but you have to balance, that basically you have to grind in Legend of Dragoon. That's probably the game's, like, one sin. You really to grind.
Do.
Yeah, there's just no way around it. Also, it's time for the trial.
Oh, yep, here we go.
Your chancellor shall serve as prosecutor. I, Pierre, represent the... I always wondered if that was a reference to something. Or someone. The fact that your defense attorney is named Pierre. Because that seems like a really out-of-place name otherwise.
Yeah, I don't know.
I will now bring forth the defendant, Chrono, who is charged with the abduction of Princess Nadia. Oh, excuse me. What shall be his fate? To burn at the stake, perhaps? To feel the tickler or hang upside down?
To feel the tickler.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was them softening some of the original title. Although in the Super Nintendo version, I think he just says, like, to burn at the stake, perhaps? To hang upside down for a week? Something like that? Or shall we employ the guillotine? The choice is yours, good jurors. Now let us... I like the way he says that. Like it's a fucking menu of bullshit. You shall first hear the testimony of the defense. Chrono is charged with premeditated abduction of royalty. The question is, how could he be guilty of a crime that never occurred? The prosecution would have you believe that the defendant kidnapped the princess. However, the truth is quite to the contrary. Not only was their meeting a coincidence, but it was the princess herself who asked Chrono if she could join him. Is this true? Who was responsible for initiating contact? I will say that Marley was. Are you so certain? Our witnesses say that you were the one who bumped into the princess. Which, It's worth noting that it is, like, impossible to bump into her any other way. That's not something you have any control over. Having subdued the princess, the defendant then coerced her into visiting Luca's little sideshow. There were countless witnesses to this. Shortly thereafter, both the princess and the defendant vanished. If that is not criminal abduction, I don't know what is. Well, maybe, but it wasn't
premeditated. Well, you clearly don't know anything.
Yeah, it also wasn't premeditated. Several other acts have also been brought to my attention that call the defendant's character into question. Let's see if I've fucked anything up here. Objection. This cannot possibly have any relevance to the case. Care to respond, Chancellor? Chrono's character is at the very core of this case, Your Honor. This evidence will show that his testimony cannot be trusted. Very well, we have nothing to hide. Uh-oh. I am, not sure how you misspelled that. And I am not actually letting the message through because of it. But no, it is not the first time I have played Chrono Trigger. I would like to call a witness who can vouch for the defendant's good character. This is going to be that little girl, by the way. He brought me my kitty. That man brought me my kitty back. Thank you, mister. How about that? The man before you is a fine, upstanding youth. He deserves to be honored, not put on trial. Whew, looks like they're buying it. And then he just comes right back. The real issue here is motive. Was there any motive for this good youth to kidnap Princess Nadia? No, there was none. Pardon me, but I believe the motive was quite clear. Greed. Her fortune did tempt you, did it not, Chrono? Nah. Are you sure? You weren't the least bit tempted. No. I like how at that point he's like, well, I give up. I believe it has been made quite evident that my client is a fine and virtuous young man. The defense rests, Your Honor. Members of the jury, it is time for a verdict. If you believe the defendant guilty, stand to the left. Innocent to the right. Now, if I remember correctly, also love the audience in the lower sides of the screen there, like cheering. Or booing. But, like, moving, you know.
Mm-hmm. It's a nice little detail.
Yeah. I believe, even if you do everything perfect, I believe from what I've read, there's still just a % chance that a juror will say guilty. Obviously, we're going to overwhelmingly have not guilty. And it doesn't matter. I feel like it's worth pointing out, it literally doesn't matter if you are found guilty or not. This overzealous chancellor is still going... Oh, wow, I got 2 guilties. Usually I only get 1. The overzealous chancellor will lie to the head of the jail, because he's still going to be like, oh yeah, I think the judge is going to say it? The defendant has been found not guilty. But even if he did not kidnap the princess, the fact remains he aided in her flight from the castle. I sentenced the accused to 3 days of solitary confinement as punishment. The chancellor is going to lie to the jail cell master and tell him that you're up for, what's the word? I almost said eradication. Execution.
I like eradication better.
Gotta eradicate that motherfucker. I want this twink obliterated. And Nadia tries to, or Marley tries to stop them. The king comes in. All I ask is for you to remain at the castle and behave like a princess. What's done is done. Even royalty must obey the laws of the land. Leave the rest up to the chancellor and forget about your little escapade in town. We are through here. And Chrono is dragged off. Love the stained glass window in the background there. This man is a seditionist who meant to overthrow our kingdom. He has been found guilty by trial. I trust him to your care. So he's lying his fucking face off. So this is the monster who abducted the princess. His execution is 3 days hence. See that he is still care to attend it. Execution? I don't recall hearing anything about that. No cause for concern. There's only a small delay in the paperwork. Or do you mean to question me? Never, sir. So yeah, if you were found guilty, it would just, you know, it would just be you are actually up for execution, like for realsies. So it's one of those funny things where it's fun bits of detail, but it doesn't end up meaning anything. Or maybe it might mean that it's the reason why you get the food here. I could be wrong. It's been so long since I let myself get guilty. You can come down here and make noise. Pipe down, you. Pipe down, you. Oh, no, I gotta just interact with it. And one of them's like, a sympathizer from your trial brought that for you. Enjoy it while you can. It makes me wonder if it was Marley or, like, the little girl. Get a couple ethers. HP and MP restored by drinking the cup. Days remaining until execution 2. But we're just going to go ahead and save. And then we're going to get out of this prison. We're going to do that by irritating the shit out of the guards. How many times do I have to tell it filthy? If you won't quiet down, I'll quiet him down. Open the door. This part is very funny to me. For 2 reasons. So he, like, you know, knocks you back or whatever. That's what you get for not doing as you're told. What's fun is you actually have to do this manually. You gotta run up to him and boop! Take his ass out. Because apparently, they let you keep your fucking sword!
They're really not good at this whole prison thing.
Yeah! But here's the really funny part about that. There's an entirely separate get thrown in the brig segment later in the game, and they do take all your equipment!
Well, clearly whoever's running the brig is doing a better job than whoever's running this dungeon.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, that always, to me, was, like, super, super funny. It's like, why was I allowed to keep my sword? Here's a fun one. These are enemies, but if we line up just right, we can walk between them without activating them.
Oh,
Love that.
that's great.
Yeah. Like I said, there's so many fights in this game, it's actually possible to avoid. Is that... There we go. I was sure that skeleton was supposed to come to life. This, by the way, this place is where we can get the free silver sword.
Oh.
Which I think I'm correctly going after at the moment. Admittedly, surprisingly, the jail looks pretty samey everywhere, so sometimes I get lost.
Well, it's also apparently full of bones.
Yep. Okay, so it wasn't that. You can see, however, you notice how there's like a hole in the wall over there in a chest? I believe that's the silver sword. I have to remember... how to get there. There he is. Halt, you fiend! Cycle. Was killing one now? Yes, it will. I do have a new move for Chrono. It costs more than Cyclone does, but Wind Slash! It's funny. So, Wind Slash has like a weird... It's apparently considered elemental, sort of. It's one of the weirder moves in the game. But it has a special... It has a special effect to stop energy. Alright, let's see if I can do this part correctly. Because here we got a whole... Boom. We've got a whole stealth segment. You can steal a mid potion off the knight you knock out. him out. Mid potion. Open the door. In here, we'll free this kid. Help me, please. Free him from the guillotine? Yes. And you can actually find him later in town.
Oh, they got the Iron Maidens in there, too.
Right. Fritz, my father runs the market in Truce. Yep, so we can actually go there and see him because we rescued him here. Ooh. Ooh. Bronze armor. I like how you open the bronze armor and then immediately get in a fight, which means there's no way to equip the new better armor before the fight starts. Ooh, that was cool. Look at that damage that the Wind Slash did to the undead enemy because of that weird semi-light property it possesses.
That is some pretty big damage.
Alright, let's see if I can get this last guy. Or actually, I don't know if you can get this guy. Am I just wrong? Ooh. Oh, he's doing the thing. Got him. Nice. I mean, you would just fight them, you know, if you fucked up, but it's fun to do the special, you know. It's just it's just that one room. There's no other stealth segments anywhere on the game. Which I think is really amusing. Obtained a shelter. This is a bit rough. Because you come in here, and you're like, oh, we're going to save this guy, right? Nope. Too late.
Nope, that's Bones.
Them's bones. Alright, let's see if we can, Boom! It's funny, because they're actually a mildly annoying gimmick fight, those tower shields. That's not what I meant to do. It's the most Terranigma-ass part of this game. And, oh, that was a shelter. But, if we jump down the hole... 1,500 gold and a silver sword.
Hell yeah.
Oops, that was the wrong... The silver sword will bump up our attack by another 3 points here. It'll also look slightly different during the attack animations, which is nice. That's one of the things I always loved about this game was all the different weapons will change the color of the weapon sprite, you know, that the character is using.
I always love in a game where you equip a new weapon and it actually does show up in the game as different.
Yeah. My favorite iteration of that easily is Radiata Stories for the PlayStation 2. Not only does your weapon change, because they went with having just one armor piece, rather than, like, you know, head, chest, etc., etc., the entire outfit you're wearing changes for every piece of armor in the game.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's super cool. Also, that game is just good, by the way. It is a very unsung... what's the word I'm looking for?
Hidden gem? Maybe?
Hidden gem, sure, yeah. There we go. Somebody help us! Clonk. Plap. Just comes falling down the stairs. That dude's probably just dead. Chrono, I came to rescue you. Oh, looks like you didn't need my help after all. Oh well. Given that she has a gun for a weapon, like, yeah, she probably could have taken this whole place herself. That's true. I love this.
Yeah.
So you check this guy, obtained a mid potion. Actually, 5 of them. But what a cute way to do it. It doesn't say mid potion times 5. You don't get 5 grabbed a mid potion thing. No. ... Actually 5 of them. Like, What a
This
fun
guy
way
was
to do
potioned
it.
up.
A classified document is left lying on the floor. Read it. Dragon Tank Design Specifications. Attention, Warden of the Guardia Castle Prisons. The head of the tank is equipped with capacity to repair damage done to the body, an ingenious marvel of engineering. The head has also been enhanced with a shield to prevent damage by lightning and fire. Now, this is very funny. Lightning is Chrono's element, and fire is Marley's element. But we don't actually have our magic yet. She has Flamethrower, but he doesn't have lightning. Like I said, the Wind Slash is, like, weird.
Yeah.
So
like
it's very funny that they specify that it has a shield to prevent damage by our elements, when we don't actually have normal magic yet. In short, your tank should be effectively invincible, provided no crazed lunatic gets the bright idea to run up and try to hack away at the head with a sword. Oh, who would even do that?
Yeah, I mean, that seems like a pretty unlikely scenario.
Yeah, in this medieval setting, yeah. It is funny that you notice that they actually mentioned pistols in the document. So, like, apparently that's not too crazy. But this is one of those many reasons why I've always preferred Japanese fantasy to American fantasy, even when Japan's doing Western fantasy settings, is they tend to play way more loosey-goosey, and it's way more fun.
Yeah, you gotta get a little silly with it.
Alright, second boss of the game, let's go! It's the Dragon Tank! Crush those conspirators!
Alright, I'm getting a little hungry, so I'm gonna go take off and get some food.
Alrighty, what time is it? It is 2:08. I'll probably go for another couple hours here before I need to be ready to go to game night. So.
Alright, I might stop back in before you're done then.
Sounds good. Oof. Fortunately, she's relatively resistant to fire. Nice. Nope, no storing energy. I don't know if Fire Whirl really matters. I'm just going to try this and then snip the numbers and try other stuff. Oh my gosh. No! No, I meant to heal her. I mean him. Shit. Oh, you kidding me? Hey, we got it. Chrono's like, oh, I'm not done yet. My dragon tank. Ah, yes, fix it while it's in the middle of exploding. Don't fool yourselves into thinking you'll get away with this. Whoop. They're escaping. Got no choice. Just have to plow through. We get saved by the princess again. Somehow the Chancellor comes in from here. Must have just dropped down. On your knees! His Grace King Guardia the 33rd comes before you. It's not influence, it's common sense. Boom. Fuck this why can't I remember words? Dress. That was the only word I needed to remember right there. I like how the guards are still just kneeling. Forces your characters off into that direction. Go. Thank you. Man. No, there's a gate here, and only we can use those. Come on, then. Come on. We have no idea where it'll take us. We might not even be able to get back. Who cares? Anywhere's better than here. This is totally irrational, you know. Hurry. Yep, no, we're doing it. See you. The Chancellor's comical jaw drop sprite, which I love. They disappeared! The fuck? Ooh, yeah, it's the future! I do think this was like the perfect timing to have us go to the future and have, you know, all of a sudden have the game really lean into the time travel plot, because it's like, oh, we're in like, you know, relatively medieval European setting. Oh, when you go to the past, but it's only like 100 years ago or whatever. And then you take another one, and this time it's just like, oh, now you're very clearly in a sci-fi dystopia, and it's just like, oh, okay, we're not actually playing around with this idea anymore. This isn't just going to be like going 100 years back or forward. We're going to do the whole thing. He will be. I'm 39 years old. Okay, that was funny. Where are we? Why does this door look so cool? It almost looks like we're in another world. Yeah, kinda. Mysterious force seals it shut. And boom! Then the world looks like this when you walk out. Like, oh man. That jarring tonal shift is so good. How, you got any cash? I mean, gold. I've seen money like this before. What do we got here? Potions, mid potions. A pocket blaster. Which we will buy. Because we do need something new for her. Iron helm. Yeah, let's go ahead and buy... Ooh. Okay, let's buy 1 iron suit and 2 iron helms. Just keep saving up money, someday it'll come in handy. That's what I tell myself anyways. Has the hunger driven you mad? Yeah, but it won't do anything for your hunger. HP and MP restored. You're still just as hungry as before. There's also something about like the music not changing when we went into that dome. That's also like helps really sell how fucked everything is here. Okay. I don't remember if there's anything I really should be trying to do first in this part of the game. Come on. Nice. This one is possible. And it's not easy. Damn. A little lower. Right. And then you can get another one there. What a funny... I forgot about that one. What? Music make you gain control. Ow. I don't even know if that one might not be skippable anyway, so it's kind of like, you know, there's just nothing there, right, to even know to try to avoid it. Maybe it could still have been avoidable. They were really cute with placing fight triggers in this game such that it is possible to avoid even the very non-visible ones. The speedrun looks really funny as a result in some places because they'll make these big weird paths through rooms where it's like, yep, that's because they're avoiding all the fight triggers. Hit us with some of that aura there, Marley. She didn't even really hit herself, but it costs 1 MP, so who gives a frack? Ooh. Good, we needed something better for Marley, finally. I say finally, I think the Iron Bowgun was an upgrade, but... This one? Can I? Yeah! Ziggity zan, baby. Can I skip this one? Hot diggity damn, I'm good. Ooh, beautiful. Okay, is this one skippable? No, not sure. Not sure. Right. Actually, I think the play here... Oh. I thought I was... I think the play here is just using, quote, magic, unquote. these guys. The mutants, as they're called. These are the motherfuckers. You guys are... That's annoying. But probably... Well, it's saying they're close enough. Okay, good. That was gonna suck if it turned out it had 55 HP. Oh, for the love of... Okay, they're pretty close together. I think we can... We wait this one out. Oh, you're kidding me. Why did you two go up? Why are you two still going up? Where are you going? Oh! It just didn't work. Very amusing. It just didn't work, so all we got is she slaps her ass at it and it just screams at her in response. Well, actually, we didn't fight any of the mutants, but, you know. Oh. Talk about crackpots. HP to be restored, but you're still just as hungry. You sure this stuff is money? Actually needs a new suit pretty bad, doesn't he? Well, I can afford all of it, so... Nice to see such spirited young people for a change. Careful then. Come back alive. Anyone approaching the food stocks is subject to attack. Yeah, you do just go straight into the fight. Man. Forgot about that. Wait, what? Oh, okay. That's the sort of shit we don't want to see. Two, 47. Well, it's hard to thrower. 0, okay. 66, okay, so. At least give Cyclone a shot. 82. It might be better if we just get crits. Yeah, like that. Thanks, Chrono. Forgot how to. There we go. This is like, wait a minute. There's a button here for doing the thing. I have to imagine it's actually possible to confuse this thing, but. Whatever. Nice. Oh. He definitely needs the heals now. There we go. Wonder if I just hit it rather than bothering to get rid of the other pod, but whatever. forgot how quickly you just run straight to that fight. Ooh. Yeah. Everything's rotten. And here's the father husband who tried but failed, unfortunately. But he has seeds. That rat is more than just a statue. It knows the secret of this dome. Catch it. Oh! Oh god, oh the itchy. Oh god, my nose. Oh, come on. Ooh! Oh, holy moly. Woo! Oh, that... Yeesh. Not even entirely sure what the hell happened there. My nose went crazy, though. It still kind of is. Okay. Oof. Like sometimes it's weird. Like I'll tense in a weird way, and it'll cause my nose hairs to like now point in different directions, tickling and itching the inside of my nose like crazy. Oh man. Holy crap, that was weird. Oy. I don't gotta go back in. I chase the motherfucker down. I'm doing a very bad job at this. Come on! Hold L and R, then press A. Oh, I like that they added that. If you can change the control scheme later, that's your own fault. Here we go. There, Protodome. What does this button do? $1999 AD. Visual record of the Day of Lavos. What was that? Is that what destroyed the world? Then this really is our future? Yeah, but of course Luke is like, wait a minute. That's right, we can change it. We can change history just like Chrono Trigger saved me. Right? But Luca doesn't look so sure, does she? Yeah, I guess so. Unfortunately, we've got gates that will let us move through time. What do you say? Let's do it! I never really thought about this moment before. They're even playing, like, the triumphant music main theme. But, like, they're three ostensibly normal people who don't know where they are, don't know when they are, have completely stumbled into this situation where alone in a room in the bottom of a fucking, you know, bomb shelter, and they just said, we need to go save the world. We can say, because we have any capacity, we have to stop this. Like, that thing rose out of the ground, was bigger than a city, like bigger than parts of towns we've seen on the mini-map, or on the world map. And it literally rained hell and destroyed the world. And they're like, yeah, we're gonna take this fucking crossbow, this medieval pistol, and a katana, and we're gonna stop that. How? They apparently think that they can, in fact, just go hit it. And I mean, you can eventually, because it's a video game, but like... that there is an insanity to that choice. But in a way, it's like, what else do you do? What else can you do? Just accepting that that's what happens is kind of meaningless. Everything that's brought them here, and even the attempt to go home, is basically going to have to intercede with the fact that they're already fucking with history. So, yeah, we might as well do the biggest fuck with history we can and stop the world from ending. Don't... Can we... Oh, we can't. Okay. Oh, but we can't open the door, so it doesn't matter. You're back. This is another one of those really little subtle things that helps sell moments. Doman just being, sounding amazed that we're back would be one thing. The fact that every other NPC like waddled over to come see what's going on because it matters that we came back. don't know how long the Enertron will hold out. That seed might be your only hope. Just stay alive. Don't give up. Huh. You're a strange bunch. You're different from us, somehow. You mean because we haven't lost hope? Hope. There's a word I haven't heard in some time. It does have a comforting ring to it, though. I don't know what kind of seed this is, but I'll do my best to grow it. What's that? This may be just the thing we needed. You're off to Protodome, then. You'll need to pass through Site 32. Take this with you. Jetbike key. It's the key to a jet bike parked at the Site 32 ruins. Used to ride it when I was young. Hopefully it still works. They've got even more powerful robots in that dome, and they've overrun the place. Take care, and don't give up hope. Please move. Now there's a line that's so much better in this retranslation, because if I remember correctly, in the original Super Nintendo English release, when he says, "You're not like us, you seem different," she says, "I think it's because we're healthy." And he says, like, healthy? Has a nice ring to it. But, like, no, it's the hope thing, like, is because they've lost hope, but we haven't. So they have no drive. But we do. Ooh, I wonder how many times I'm going to have to try to do this. Hold it right there. Oh, bro. Thanks for the intro, boys. Bro. You lowlifes can call me Johnny. I'm the leader of this pack. Now listen up. The ruined highway up ahead is the only road you've got. You want to reach the other side? Then you're going to have to ride. In a race against me, that is. I'll let you use that jetpack, because that's the kind of guy I am. Don't sweat it, and don't you dare chicken out, babe. So do you shiny axles know how to ride? I guess. I'll let you use that. Oh, yeah, same thing. Okay. Okay. Hell yeah. First try. I do love how he's like, comes, oh man, you beat me? I don't get it. Well, you can come challenge me again anytime. We'll ride the wind, babe. I don't remember if you get anything for racing him. Okay, before we bother going over there... Well, we're not even supposed to try going there yet, because Protodome was the whole... Like, that's our goal, is Protodome. They finally force us to fight some robots. I always did love that they had the alternate animations for Luca and Marley hitting things physically if they're too close. So much attention to detail in this game. Oh, okay, well. No. Okay. That didn't end up doing as much damage as I thought it would. Like, I think normal did better, so the robots are probably just resistant to fire. HP and MP restored. You're still as hungry as before. Boo boo boo! I like how Marley's the first one to walk up and kind of inspect it like she has any idea what she's doing. What's this thing? Ooh! She's just like, I got a screwdriver, I'ma fix everything. I think I can fix it. What? Fix it? What if it attacks us like the other ones? I'll make sure it won't. Robots don't attack of their own free will, you know. They only do it because humans make them that way. Luca, you really feel for them, don't you? That's a better line. Again, that's a better line than the original Super Nintendo where she says, you pity them, don't you? But it's like, no, she doesn't pity them. She's essentially being angry on the behalf of robots that because they don't have their own wills, you know, they can't be responsible really for what they're forced to do by their creators. Oh, baby. Good morning. Good morning, mistress. What is your command? Mistress, I'm Marley. This is Chrono. And that's Luca, the one who fixed you. Understood. Madam Luca restored my circuits. Just Luca will do. That manner of address could potentially cause offense. I am incapable of offensive speech. Oh, there's so many internet jokes right there. Oh, some of us don't like it when people are so formal all the time. Isn't that right, Marley? What's your name? Name? Perhaps you're referring to my serial number. My serial number is R66Y. I know Luca's like, yeah, that's cool. And Marley's like, no. No, it needs to be a name. And then they make Chrono choose, but we're just going to stick with all the default names. Robo. Data storage complete. Hey, Robo, there's something I was hoping you could... What happened here? This dome contained many humans and others like me. Oh dear, this is kinda hard to say, but I think something awful happened while you were out. I don't think anyone else is left. I see. What about yourselves? We came through a gate, a time warp from the year 1000. We learned there was a gate here when we went to Eris Dome. Then we found you and we came looking for the gate. But the door to the inner chamber is sealed shut, so it looks like we're out of luck. Now this was always, I always noticed this. This is a funny little in-universe trick to make sure that we don't have a party of 4 people. Because the game is, it's a three-person team game. The factory to the north contains an emergency power generator for this dome. I can bypass security to activate it. Shall we go there? You do that for us? You repaired me. Now it is my turn to be of assistance. However, the generator will produce power for only a short time. Someone must remain here to open the door as soon as power is restored to the dome. What? Why does it have to be you or Marley? Why can't Chronos? Can't remember who I normally take. Do I normally take Luca? Let's leave Luca behind this time. I think I normally always take her. I feel like it makes more sense from a realistic perspective for her to stay behind because she would know how to work the doors and the consoles. So. This will also be a nice, sturdy team with lots of healing. Oop. Learned Aura Beam Dual Tech. Yep, there we go. So now we have a full team heal. We have 2 full team heals, actually. Because we have... excuse me. Aura Beam, which we just learned. And, of course, Aura Whirl. It's funny how in both cases, the guy is using 2 MP and Marley's using 1. Pew! Huh. Did you just notice these things are called Deverminators? Oh, Deverminators. Okay, I get it. These things are supposed to help keep the lab and factory clean of rats and stuff. But they're attacking us because all the robots have gone completely bonkers. I actually don't remember. It's better to go one of these paths than the other first. Oh, come on. Okay. Got stuck on the fucking edge, of course. Oh, jeez. Hey, supersonic spin. And another one. But here I want to try out the supersonic whirl or whatever it's called. Because now we got enemies behind us too. Supersonic spin! Shit. I was really hoping that would kill. Like I said, this is a very effectively tough team, but with all the healing, so. I love how for some reason we move faster. Is that because I... Dude, come on! How does he keep getting stuck on that? Man, don't force me to have to do all these fights again, please. Oh. Funny. Can't do anything about that until I've moved all the... Okay, whatever. It sucks because you really do have to do them all again. Like, what a pain in the ass. Oh, this is when having someone on the couch with me would be very helpful. Now we're literally just redoing these fights I just fucking did. Oh god, I just was not paying attention to Chrono being so low on health. Oh, come on! Fucking hell, man. Yo. I got stuck in having to redo some fights I'd already done because I insisted on going back for an item. And I realized, like, because Vivi went to go get food a while ago, there was just nothing. And I was like, I didn't have anything to say because I was just redoing fights, right? Ooh. Alright, let's see if I can, see if I can, slip past these bugs without... Nope. That was terrible! They gave him a really delightfully unsettling wing noise. Actually, there's a good question. Yes, 128 TP, and Robo will learn Robo Tackle. So we really probably shouldn't be avoiding fights as much as I've been avoiding them. Just because, you know, it's good to, he says and then tries to avoid fights. Oh, nope. Something happened. Ah, here we go. XA and BB. We gotta remember that. I'm just gonna take this way. Ooh, this sucks though. Ah, Rocket Punch, you know what? Admittedly, I'm low on MP for the boys, so I might want to hold off on using up special attacks until I find like a save point to use a shelter at. Oh shit, what was it? It was XA and BB. Okay, just gotta remember that. That just gets rid of the there's some red barrels in the next room we need to get rid of so we can travel down the path. I gotta be... Hey! She's not even the one who attacked you, butthead! They know she's the healer. 13, okay. I'm hoping I can finish this section of the game. If we stop at the end of time, that'd be perfect. Oh, for the bunk of Dunkle. Excuse me. Oh, that was... I forgot how low health these things were compared to the version 3.0 enemies. Shelter, good. No, I mean, I have some, but, you know. Wait for the tone and white flash, and then press any two of the buttons labeled with the thing. Okay. So, that was XA. That'll get rid of this first one. Thank you. And that one. It's a good thing that in this part of the game, enemies don't have vision. In an earlier part of the game, there was a stealth segment where they totally had vision. Here, it's just a matter of Here, it's just a matter of we don't want to be moving while the sprites are touching. Zabi ultra high security door lock system code XABY. Zabi. Please produce a save point. Man, ask and ye shall receive. Point. Now we're back up to full. Pop that save. Okay, fine. The acid and alkali enemies are weird. They have, like, insanely high defense, but there's also just, like, there's some weird randomness to it. So... It feels like what they wanted the gimmick to be was that it was kind of like a, you have to hit them 2 or 3 times, but they, like, might dodge kind of thing. I don't know. And that was just, like, the only way they could figure out to do it was to have the really high defense. But why? Are you? I am Pagliacci. We gotta fight more battery acid? Yup! Ooh, a titanium vest, even. The fanciest kind. Wait, hold on. So who has? All right, you get the titanium vest. And you get a titanium vest, and you get a titanium vest. Oh, there we go. Hammer arm. Dum, dum. All systems down. Defense lasers deactivated. And a bunch of these fuckers. You have no idea. Laser spin any good here? Nope, some of them took literally 0 damage. And when they say acid burns, I didn't think they were being so literal. Oh, and there's this... I forgot about chemical reaction. A fun little, actually kind of keep hitting him for the moment. That chemical reaction actually really sucked. That was decent damage all around, but it was all around my team. Oh, come on, the 1 damage, are you kidding? All these crits. Ugh. I'm curious about something. There's a... Okay. I can go back up. What is this? Ah. Oh, well, that's for... Yeah, okay. So... Zombie! Ooh. Right, the boss fight in this part of the game is like... It's not your traditional boss. Weirdly, you get hit with the traditional boss really early into this segmentation. The segmentation? Yeah, segmentation. What a word, what a word. When you get to the future, this first future section of the game, holy moly. You actually have to fight a big, boss, like straight away. And the final fight of this part, which is like the dungeon part of the whole section, effectively. Love that. Elevators disabled. Elevator door. My turn to press the button. And here we go. The other ones. These are my friends. R64Y, R67Y, R69Y. Ooh, Matt, maybe we figured out what the next big number joke will be. It'll be the 64. Wait, 64 was already been a joke. Oh my god! Chrono Trigger really is time travel. They predicted all 3 joke numbers. If only we'd paid attention. Had we but known. Boom! What are you doing? That joke was cringe. He is not one of us. He will never be one of us. As straight to video as it was, The Lion King 2 Simba's Pride was actually pretty good. If nothing else, it had a couple real banger songs in it. Okay, describing the Villainous' song as banger is maybe a little much, but it was nice how, like, they didn't hold back with her song. She was just like, I'm gonna kill this fucking line and it's gonna feel so good! You disgrace our series. We were programmed with a sense of pride. And you can control the characters here. And if you try to get involved, Robo's just like, no, don't. Which is, like, kind of comical, because as soon as they throw him away, we're just gonna beat the shit out of them anyway. I was like, Robo should have come back and been like, thanks for not doing that in front of me. I appreciate it. Which is, Marley doesn't do shit, just standing there with her arms behind her back like, man, that really sucks for you, Robo. Like, you'd think she'd at least be in her down on her knees sprite. Now, admittedly, she's the first one to just go, oh no. We're gonna kick your... Okay, there is one where I like the Super Nintendo version better. In this version, well, I mean, I think of both. Like, now we will dispose of the intruders. In the original Super Nintendo translation, she says, I've got a better idea. How about we dispose of you? Aye, ka-fumble dumble shumble ba-numble mumbles? God damn it. I'll make up for it. Yes! Thank you, Marley. no point hitting the button there. I don't know, this joke only finally occurred to me after all these millennia that they're called the R series, which is what the ships in R-Type are called. They are also the R series. Huh. I remember them having more health than that, but... ow! Okay, this needs to stop. We got lucky that he got stuck. You imagine all the more damage being caused to him as they drag him through the fucking Mad Max streets. I can't imagine those potholes are fixed. Can you fix me? Shh, don't try to talk. You're trying to change the world. I don't know how far we'll get, but that's the plan. Anyway, Robo, what do you want to do after I finish repairing you? What do I want to do? Yeah, I mean, you were stuck here all this time. There must be a lot of things you want to do, right? No one has ever asked me that before, Luca. Good morning. Robo! Luca, you're incredible. Well, let's hope I never have to do that again. But you don't even have control of the team with 4 people at any point, I don't think. Since we immediately walk in here. But, oh no! Something went wrong. And instead of going to where we should have gone, oh no, here we. I think we have control for like a second here, or. Yep. Okay. This is it. This is the extent of control you have over having 4 people in your party ever. Ah, more drifters. Drifters? Where are we? It's not a question of where, my friends, so much as when. This is the end of time. Travelers lost in time's flow turn up here, much like driftwood on a beach. Might I ask when you are from? Oh. We're from 1000 AD. I come from the year 2300 AD. When 4 or more entities of varying origins enter a temporal rift together, the torsion exerted on time's flow pushes them to the point of least resistance. Here. There have been a number of folks turning up here unintended recently, like yourselves. I fear something is having a powerful effect on the very fabric of time. Which means it would be safest if one of us stayed here. Here? Alone? It is a bleak place, isn't it? But not to worry. For all its desolation, it is well connected. There are roads here at any time you could ever wish to visit. Should you so desire, you can call upon your friends at any time, but you can never travel in groups of more than 3. One of us must remain. Who will it be, Chrono? I like how Chrono became the team leader without anybody ever saying it. Well, for the moment, it doesn't matter. I'll leave Robo, but should you desire to switch party members, you can do so with the main menu whenever you wish. Which they never explain how that's supposed to work. But beware the gate connected to that bucket, because there's just a bucket with a gate connected to it. There's also this, but nothing's reacting to it for some reason. I'll save them now. It's not like super important, but hey, you needn't be in such a rush. Before you go, have a look at the door. Have a look past the door behind. I can read. Time to get actual. Yes, that's a word. Actual magic. What are you looking at? Me, I'm Specchio, the Master of War. I watch all kinds of battles from here. How do I look to you? Kind of look like Primate. I see. How I look depends on how strong you are. If you're strong, I look strong. If you're weak, I look weak. That's true. As your level increases throughout the game, he changes appearance. What's fun is I came here with a relatively regular level, I want to say, but I think if you come here very low level, he doesn't even look like this. I think. I've never done it, so. Oh, you got it in you, don't you? That must be why the old guy let you through. See, a long, long time before you were born, there was a kingdom where magic flourished. Everyone there could use it. But the people abused their powers and ended up destroying the place. After that, there wasn't anyone left who could use magic. Well, except fiends, of course. But you have it. That inner strength, I mean. Magic needs power to heart. That's where it flows from. Yugi? There are 4 types. I was like kind of just doing that, and I realized I was just doing Joey. There are 4 types of magic: fire, water, light, shadow. Not everyone's got the same type. You with the punk hairdo, you got light. The gal with the ponytail is the power of water. The girl with the goofy glasses, her power is fire. By the way, it's not just magic. Everything is made up of those 4 elements. Alright, starting from the door, circle clockwise around the walls of my room 3 times and say, I want to use magic, over and over in your head. Don't lose track now. 3 times. Don't want you turning yourselves into butter. The amount of times I have fucked this up is incredible, so I'm trying to be like... Okay, there, we got it. Well done! Ipso facto minimo magico! Chrono learned to use magic. Marley learned to use magic. Luca learned to use magic. So, all fortified with magic. Want to try it out? Nope. You make any new friends, you bring them here to see me, eh? I like you guys. Now, what's funny is if you bring Robo... Well, first we gotta talk to the old man. Oh, well, it seems I was right. People who lived long ago all enjoyed such powers, you know. Yes, long, long ago. Well, I know you must be eager to finish this thing you seem so intent on doing, but why not first pay a visit back to your own era? Haste makes waste, as they say. You'll find that even truer here. Come and see me whenever you have the need. Think of me as your guide on Time's road. I am ready. This? You're never gonna give you up. Like the... what's his names? sure? I don't really hear it. Well, now it's gone, but... It's a big clunky thing. Sorry, buddy. Well, you want alive? You got great inner strength for what it's worth. It's just you aren't descended from the ancient magic users, so you're never going to be able to cast spells. Your laser weapons and whatnot should suffice, though. They can inflict shadow damage. It's kind of like shadow magic. There. I don't know if I needed to do that to give him his thing, but... I also have no idea, like, what team I always preferred right now. If we go... Man, the menus are so different in the DS version. Like, visually different, I mean. Yeah, so in the original Super Nintendo menus, it would add their element, like, under their portrait. And so, even though he doesn't learn anything from it, I would always take Robo so that it would put Shadow under his name. I think it does that for him. Oh, itchy. One of the big fun tricks is if you try to... you gotta remember to bring Frog back here at some point so he can learn water magic. But if you try to bring Ayla back, Speakio's just like, man, she's from before magic. Like, magic just straight up didn't exist when she lived, so... Sorry. She can hit shit real hard, though. $3.41. Okay, that's actually pretty perfect timing. And at 4 hours of streaming, more or less. And by more or less, I mean it's slightly over that, but, like, not by so much that it seems weird. So that'll actually be a perfect stopping point for the first section of Chrono Trigger. And I will... I don't know if I'll stream after game night, but, maybe. We'll see. I might. It's gonna depend on how much energy I've got. But, yeah, that's it. I'm being picked up at like 5 for that, so I wanted to be done at about 4, just so I had time to, you know, get myself all together. Getting to the end of time was a perfect stopping spot, though. So, yeah, that was having... Oh, man, this is what I want. I want somebody in voice chat with me a lot more. That is so much fun to have somebody to talk with. Like, you don't even have to be playing the game with me. Just, you know, shooting the shit and whatever. Alright. I will be back either later tonight or tomorrow. So, at some point. But I'll see you, Matt, in Discord. And, you know, everyone else in there as well. So, bye-bye for now. No, it's so long for now. That's the line.